The following video was pre-recorded on twitch.tv/codedman9000. More information on the stream times at the end of the video. Previously on Stone to Space.
For the start of Chapter 3, we went to Kerbal Space Program to learn how to make rockets so that we could explore the stars for a new home. We began playing on career mode while not knowing anything about what we were doing. After doing some research off-stream, we then moved to the science mode with newfound knowledge. We went to both moons, created communication networks, planes, science missions, a space station, and then ended the game by traveling all the way to Duna in the Antari ship.
After arriving at Duna, our ship the Antares fell apart, causing us to land on Duna and mine its resources so that we could fix the Antari ship. We unlocked various buildings, and also different types of science. After fixing everything but scanners on the ship, we then left the planet behind us as we continued to travel in space. Partially during our space flight, we landed on an asteroid. Over the course of a few hundred cycles, we had mined out the asteroid, converting its resources into various things that we needed in order to keep 24 dupes alive. We made a lot of automated machines to take, cool, or convert items into other items. We then turned on a machine that would allow us to take a dive into the dreams of one of our dupes. After our first dupe dream in Vintage Story, we came back to Oxygen Not Included. We then used our rockets to go to different asteroids. We went to a water-filled asteroid, a lava-filled asteroid, and we also went to a frozen asteroid to get our final crop. After going back and forth multiple times from the water and lava asteroids, we made our last and final endgame materials. While doing this, we also finished upgrading our main base, and also found both the Temporal Tear Opener and the Temporal Tear. After our second dupe dream in Timberborn, we came back to Oxygen Not Included again. We spent a while trying to get enough radiation to use the Temporal Tear Opener the wrong way, before ending up using Weaselworts. We spent time digging out more of the second asteroid, before finally using the Temporal Tear Opener and sending our first rocket of 4 dupes through the Temporal Tear. After our first rocket of 4 dupes went through the Temporal Tear, they ended up in an unexpected place. They found themselves on a frozen asteroid with new plants, crops, and 3 new critters. We spent time building a self-sustaining base and found out that if ranched correctly, each of the 3 critters fed into the next either by creating food for the next critter or food for the next critter's food source. We then radioed to our original colony to tell them where we ended up so that they could change the destination of the next rocket. Up next, we went back to our original colony to prepare and send a second rocket through the Temporal Tear. Once the next dupes came out of the Temporal Tear, they found themselves on a flooded asteroid. Through many cycles, they made a self-sustaining base and ranched the new crops and some of the new critters that they found. They then radioed back to the original colony to tell them where we ended up so that they could change the destination of the next rocket. Hello and welcome to a Twitch Plays Along series called Stone to Space. Today we're in Chapter 3, Space Travel. Today we are playing Oxygen Not Included. So on the last stream, we started very slowly to upgrade our base. Majority of our time was spent waiting for power from the hydrogen vent turned into the hydrogen generators, creating power for our batteries to be charged, as well as us making the metal batteries and also reworking the automation. Bottom line is, we didn't have batteries for Bionic dupes. They kept dying in a way. Pretty much it just kept turning off. We set up all the bedrooms, their finalized bathroom to get rid of the gunk. We set up the kitchen for our 1 dupe, Willow. And we also made a grand hall? Banquet hall. For our Bionic dupes to at least be all together. Willow is on a different schedule, so they don't usually end up eating with the other 6. And these 4 beds are blacked out because our Bionic dupes have yet to sleep after we've built those beds. So they're saying they're unassigned, but they will be. It's just a matter of them getting to the beds later on. The next step that we have, because we did finalize this Bionic dupe kitchen in a way, because we're making batteries, that's what they eat, is to make a nature reserve here. This is going to be an unused area, so it's going to stay either empty like this, or I'm going to fill it in with tiles. But after that, I think there was something that I wanted to move around, and I don't remember what it was. I know I want a better way of getting into these rooms within this ladder run, so we're definitely moving this to down here so that we come in at the bottom of the industrial sauna. We're also making the metal refinery again after getting 800 kilograms of ceramic by putting a deodorizer right here. It gets the polluted oxygen from this polluted water. So that is pretty much all we're doing. We are slowly grabbing ethanol from various places and putting it down here. We did just start making this pool, so that should be getting done. I actually should probably put these on a higher priority so that they do it very quickly. We did have a few issues with gases being in here. We have sour gas now floating around. It's a tiny amount. They're milligrams of sour gas. It's nothing to be worried about. That's hydrogen. And we also found our magma biome, so we are slowly coming down here. And we found out that this is just an empty geode, I want to call it. Has a little bit of cobalt. We're going to use that for sure. And our plan is to take the heat from the magma into a steam room and just get power from it. So we're going to use steam turbines. We're going to have to make a lot of gaskets, and we're going to use the cobalt from the cobalt generators. And I have never done power that way. So we're going to have to figure out how much steam first how much steam we need for the small amount of area that we're going to use. And then also how many turbines we're going to need in order to keep our power constant. Have fun lurking, Gino. I'm going to assume that you're going on a grocery run. Yep. I had a feeling. Okay. I think we're good to go. I don't remember if we did the Drecos in the last stream or if it was the stream beforehand being last Thursday, but that is another new thing. We do not have any hydrogen down here. And we have a little bit of ethanol we could probably grab amount from. I forgot that was there. So that'll be one of the things. I think what they're going to do first is pick up all the ethanol from the ground. I'm not sure. We should probably start working on this, which is going to affect our ethanol room here. We could very easily just dig a way over through this. Why not do that? Why pitcher pump this if we can just dig a way over? We're gonna need a way to get over there too. Ladder. We're still going to be using the metal refinery the same way as we bring hot water in. We're going to be using it and then sending it back out. So it may turn into steam in here. Luckily, at that point, it won't matter. Did we get the power connected to the metal refinery? We did, okay. The metal refinery is running off of the power spine, so that's the power before it goes into the base rather than it being run off the base's power. Looks like we're running low on pip eggs, but I don't think that's true. Maybe we are because of the amount of power is not being sent up there. Don't know. What I did just realize that the metal refinery cannot be used while it is in water. So we're gonna have to figure out something else to do there. We also need more crude oil than grams. So we're gonna have to send somebody to the other asteroid. And that somebody's gonna have to be Willow. So that we don't need to bring batteries with us. There's also a Machop in chat if anyone wants a Gen 1 Pokemon like that. And I think we're also going to incorporate the transporter in our base. So we might end up moving the research facility down, putting the Atmosuits here, which will link us into our building here. Oh, that's another thing I wanted to see. That's how many of these can one bottle emptier support. So where does this stop? Looks like we can support 5 bionic dupes in this thing. Empty storage again. That's on to 7, so that is being used as a food source. I saw something off-gassing over here. Or was I seeing things? Might have been seeing things. But anyway, the reason why I want to put Atmosuits here is so that we can get Atmosuits going into the teleporter. We'll obviously have to block them from going this way and then put it in that direction. All of our beds should be now taken by a dupe. We're just waiting to get this ethanol over there. I'm gonna wait until the next day to open this. I should probably tell them to sweep up here. These microchips are probably from when the first 2 dupes did not have beds, because now we should be only getting microchips in their rooms. I was thinking about putting an auto sweeper of some sort in here and automatically removing the microchips. I also thought about putting a bin, which is already done, for microchips. So they pick up the microchips and they put them in there. So I don't know why there was microchips up here, actually. But they were there. Now this is saying pipe blocked. No, requires emptying. That's important, so that needs to be emptied at all times. You will take salt water, I guess. And I think I want to tell them to sweep everything that's up here as well. Whether or not they do it soon doesn't matter. We are still trying to dig through this, so we have some amount of time. Now I see an issue here. Ooh, if I release the ethanol, can I get it to come down here? We probably can. And then we don't have to pump it up in a way. So if I tell them to dig those 2, it'll get stuck in here. which we can make go like this. And then down here. We'll dig that out. We don't need to get into here anymore if we sweep the data banks out of there. And we can build tiles in here to not allow the ethanol to go down to that floor. So if I just do this, maybe lock that so they don't get stuck. So now even if somebody gets built in here, either the tile will get built on their head or they'll be sent above. They shouldn't be sent through the door. That also means that they can just climb up here to dig everything out also. I kind of want to get in here and mop all of this, so if I deconstruct every third tile, we'll be able to mop underneath those tiles, which should allow us to get everything. So we'll have that and all of this. I'm not going to mop this up because we're about to release more ethanol into that spot. And if I really wanted to, I could dig into here and just, excuse me, just release it all the way in here and have it hopefully drip into here. We'd have to block this off, actually, now that I think about it. Let's do that. If I put a tile there, rebuild those tiles. Those are all set to a 6, so let's reset them to being a 5. We do want a massage clinic and a hospital, so we might want to just minimize this. We built 2 hospitals before, then we combined them into the hospital you see now, then we started moving around that hospital. So I think it might be time to shrink this back down to the original hospital size where it's just 1 of each thing. Okay, that is done, so they should be working on this now, which means that I should be able to release water from here as well. I'm gonna build I'm gonna build a tile right here, because that should stop the ethanol from going into this little cubby hole. After that tile is built, it doesn't matter where we dig as long as we get rid of that block there and this amount of rust. So we're gonna need to get up there. And I think if I put a ladder there, I can then dig into here and be able to climb up on both of these 2 blocks or tiles. Alright, now they just have to build this. Then they should be able to get some of these. It is going to release a bunch of sand. So we could actually cancel that one. We don't need to release all that sand. We really just need one tile to get up here. But this does mean that we can come all the way up here and dig the... What is this? Crude oil. Why is oil... Oh, right. That was our liquid lock from before. We can get rid of that. And then I think what's off-gassing over here is... Not abyssalite, oxalate. A little bit of oxalate, a little bit of slime. I'll let them both off-gas, it doesn't matter. That's from this one dense puffed. So when they release all this, they'll be able to dig those two tiles and then that. We can get rid of this. They have not built that one tile yet. Now, why is it saying that this is not powered, but the other area is? Oh, because this is on a different transformer. Gotcha. We do get bursts of power from this hydrogen vent, but the moment it turns off, we run out of the hydrogen. So it works while the vent is off-gassing, and only when it's off-gassing. Now, we are going to need to get over... Actually... We do want that dog so we can get over to the other side, but we don't need to dig that out. We just need to be able to get to it. So we can mop that up. This is running down the correct way. That tile is built so we can get those dug. And that should be all the ethanol that we have, unless we uncover another biome of ethanol. Or biome with ethanol. We shouldn't actually have that much above us. So I want to say about the top fifth is the space biome, maybe the top 2/5. So close to half, but less. That should be space biome, so we're kind of fully uncovered the asteroid. With all of that, we can knock all of this up. Of course, once they're done defragging, they already went through 3 cycles. Wow. See, they're already defragged by the time that Willow's in here, so Willow's kind of always eating alone. But they get that big, nice communal table. I wonder if there's a way to figure out how much hydrogen... Oxygen... No, I want... Any... Vent calculator? Ooh, there is a vent calculator. Okay, let's open this, hold on. I know there's a way to do the math, like, in your head or with a calculator, but I'd rather, do it this way, and we have this. Still don't want that tender brisket. Let's click on this again. So we have a hydrogen vent, eruption output is 3539. Grams per second. We don't care about the temperature, we just care about Next thing being the eruption period is 306 seconds. Eruption cycle is 613. Active duration 4.5. We have critical low power, so somebody is not making the batteries because we don't have metal for it. Alright, we need to pause and see what metals we have. We're gonna have to start digging into copper, I think, just for the metal. We do have a lot right here. So let's tell them to mop that up. Hi, Nugget. No, I want this done first. So I need to tell them to make these out of oh, copper's already set up to be used. So what does this hold? That does hold copper ore. It looks like it uses all the things that we are currently using. Nugget, what are you doing? Are you trying to bite my cords? Hmm? You better not be biting my monitor cords. I may have a cat crawl across my keyboard in a few seconds. What are you doing, little boy? Nugget is the visiting kitten. That is the brother to my kitten. What are you doing? Your family's gonna be coming to get you soon. You got less than 48 hours. Yeah, somebody already passed out. This happens often. Anyway, we have somebody making batteries. We got to active duration. Active cycle is 128.5. Okay, so hydrogen vent, eruption output, 3539. Eruption duration is 306 seconds every 613. Active period 74.5 every 128.5. Which means that on average output per cycle is 61.453. But if we also change the max pressure because we are keeping this at 500 grams, not 5 kilograms. If we change this to 0.5, oh, this is stuff I can't change. Okay. Generator power production. It says that it can support 1.2 generators. Running constantly. That's why we can't run all four when it turns off, because we can only run one of them non-stop. Throughout the entire every cycle, even when it's dormant, we can only run one. So the net watts would be 770, meaning the moment one of these gets over 770, it can't produce more power. So it currently is only supporting the 3 current incubators that are running and part of a 4th incubator. Aside from that, it's not really supplying power to the rest all day long, all year long. Alright, let's do some more cleanup on the ethanol. Because I noticed that we need to increase our pull here. This is saying pressure issue. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to deconstruct that. We're going to dig all of that out, and we're going to place tiles all in here. And that should make the ethanol come back down again, and we can mop it all up. Get that little bit, this little bit. They shouldn't end up deleting any ethanol, because it should, once it gets trapped, it should be popped up. Once we mop up these 2 areas, we'll be able to open this back up and start getting towards the magma biome. Let's get them to mop that branch, which should stop producing ethanol onto the bottom floor. They're not doing too bad about mopping up the ethanol. And the trees aren't being overpressurized by the water. Or the liquid, I should say, at this point. It's not actually water, no, is it? If I could get a bunch of dupes working on that, we could get that mopped out instantly. If I do move this down, it's going to affect how we get into the sauna. I might have to do a beneath entrance and then have a ladder going into here, rather than keeping it in line with the volcano or the metal refinery. Since it's in a weird placement. We also probably need to worry about our cooling of our base. I think if we dig this entire biome out, we might end up not being too hot anymore. We could also open the abyssal here and have this cool down our base, but that's going to release a lot of liquid. So we need something to do with the liquid. Up here is going to continuously get hotter because that's where all of our heat stuff is, pretty much. Aside from this little bit. We really just need this set up and make a few things of steel. How much steel do we currently have? We have 500 kilograms. I think that's wrong. Pretty sure there's going to be steel somewhere else, and we should have 150 kilograms. Unless we made these out of steel. Oh, that's where it went. Those 2 pumps are steel. They're 50 kilograms of steel each. Let's get some rubber boots for a random boop. We'll give it to someone who's named, so I think we'll give it to Dotterly since they are the digger. It'll help them on slicky surfaces like ice and oil. They mopped up the one ranch, the highest one, so let's mop up the bottom one. And then all we have to do is get rid of this ethanol. Can I mop any of that? I can't mop any of these. That's fine. Why does it look like you're in the tile? That was weird. So now all of that ethanol should be coming in here. So give that a little bit of time to drain out while they're also putting all the bottles in. Just so I can see it going down. Let's put ethanol up here. That'll tell us, you know, when that is at 0 that there's no more bottles on the ground. This should be ready to be mopped. Yeah, that whole thing is ready. Deconstruct that little spot there. I wonder why they keep swimming rather than taking the ladder outside of the liquid. It doesn't seem like this is going to overflow, which is good. They only have a little bit left to pick up. I think that's the last of it. Okay, so this should be all the ethanol on this asteroid. We should be able to make a second pool over here on the right. Or maybe not a second pool. We need something I don't have, so let's research into power. We want the petroleum generator. And I'm still thinking on how we're going to change up the base. If I do start taking this apart and moving stuff around, I want to know where everything's going to end up being. So I'm going to put the triage cot right here in the one tile over. This right here, this gets deconstructed, this gets moved. Toilet there. And we just need the triage cot rebuilt in order for this to go back into being a hospital. I'm surprised it doesn't say possible room types hospital, because that's the only thing it's missing is a triage cot. It could say something like medical equipment. It says it right there, requirements. But didn't say it is of the possible rooms. Anyway, I had them build that one corner tile first because that would delete ethanol if they did this portion first. But what I'm trying to do is get a thing ready for us to have polluted water in here. I think the petroleum generator is 4 tiles wide. Could be just 3. So I might be making this 1 tile too wide, but who cares? There we go. Oil refinery, don't need that. Natural gas, don't need that. We do need petroleum generator. It is only 3 tiles wide. I actually made this 1 tile too wide. Let's get rid of that. Replace this. We're going to want at least 2 tiles, so we'll just do a ladder of 3 tiles here. And I don't think petroleum generator uses a lot of ethanol. Petroleum, ethanol, or biodiesel to create power. Is this going to be all the same amount of ethanol in each row? No. Let's do a ballpark amount here. So this is 13 tiles wide. $13 times 1030 plus 13 times 1020 plus 13 times 1010. Is it going to go down 10 kilograms each layer I go up? Is that what's going on here? I think that's what's happened so far. And then we need to know how much is in here. So I know this is going to affect how much is in there. Let's do 560. Let's do 565. No, this is only going to give us like 1 kilogram each. 100 kilograms, sorry. Let me do a complicated thing here. That's the first one, the second one, third one. We have an estimated 61,047 kilograms plus about 5. So let's round that up to 61,050 amounts of ethanol. Well, kilograms of ethanol. Money, petroleum. Generator calculator, is that a thing? Wait, no, I can do the conversions just by looking at how much it uses. Combustible liquid, it uses 2 kilograms per second. So we should be able to run one generator for 3,525-ish seconds. There's 600 seconds in a cycle, I think. On slow speed. So we would be able to run one petroleum generator for about 51 cycles. More like 50 and a half. Bottom line is, I think we're going to be putting more than one petroleum generator down here. Or we could put it in here, but then we'd fill this up with polluted water, so I don't want to do that at least right away. What I do want is to get this connected into our power network. So do something like that. We're going to need a smart battery. So let's cancel that. Move this over one. We'll put the ladder on this side instead. And cancel. Put that there. We'll put a smart battery over here on the left side. So that I can immediately get disconnected in with automation. I'm gonna redo this a little bit. To hopefully make this a little bit smaller. We can put the liquid pump here that's going to feed ethanol into all the generators. Then we have at least one liquid pump in here, which is going to get the polluted water out of here. Are we out of copper already? We are out of copper already. Alright, next big spot of metal. Looks like right there. What's the next closest? Probably this small amount here. I'll look for something a little bit easier to get to, but it doesn't seem like there's going to be anything easy to get to. Getting distracted by the kitten who was playing around in my bed. Everything else is kind of stuck behind abyssalite. I could do a coal generator. Why am I not doing coal generators? Incapacitated dupe. They're not digging this out yet. Because I can't get to it. Welcome back, Gino. So in Discord, somebody has gotten ice cream with a bunch of toppings added to it. Now Willis should be able to get this. I'm not sure why they're not already getting that. That's now on a 9. Willow is not one of the Bionic dupes. I don't even see Willow. 1 dupe. Where is Willow? 2 dupes. Is Willow stuck somewhere? I mean, I also only saw 2 dupes, so I don't know. I don't know why there's no music also. Oh, Willow's on the ladder. And also getting ready for bed. Okay. So Willow could very kindly come down here and dig this up and then make the boosters, or the batteries, I mean. I will also put digging to over here. Priority. I should probably make it like this and then cancel anything that's unnecessary. Should have to be that. If they dig all of that, they won't be able to dig all of this. So I'll have to wait so they can get that. Actually, we can do that tile. Once they dig all this, we'll do the bottom 3. And that should be a lot of copper to hold us over for a little bit. Willow is getting another boop activated. So that should help us. One person can dig, the other person will bring the copper back up there and hopefully make more batteries. Now, Sanyar is going to eat the first few batteries that get made. How many tanks do you need? So Sanyar just used like 3.5. Oh, they're using more. Oh. You know, I can actually look at their oxygen tank. Their oxygen tank is 240. And I want to know how much is in each one of these bottles. Why is there hydrogen gas? It looks like in each one of these it's 25 kilograms, so they need like 10 of them? No. Hold on a second here. 240. Yeah, they do need 10 of these bottles in order to fully fill in their tank. Well, I do want to get the hydrogen gas out of this. The hydrogen and carbon dioxide out of that one. That's just oxygen, but there is carbon dioxide in this one. So we'll empty all of those, and that hopefully should get rid of the gases that are mixed in that are not oxygen. We do have 3 out of our 6 bionic dupes taken or woken up again. Hopefully they chose dupes that help us with the other stuff we're doing. We don't need a specialized dupe to get down here yet, but I'm assuming at some point we will. Now this is a lot of copper right here. So along with getting this, we're gonna have to come down here and get that copper as well. And this amount of copper. Now, if I were to do this differently, I could cut off these 3 hydrogen generators and get rid of the smart battery. Smart battery just turns off the generators. You know what? I am going to do that. I'm going to deconstruct 1 generator. And to see if that will help us run the generators more efficiently or more often. This does go dormant in 27.5 cycles. Somebody is suffocating. I think it's this dude, but they're also getting woken up. So now it's the other 2 dupes. If I tell them to dig that, they'll release the oxygen out of here. That'll help them with breathing. There's only 1 incapacitated boop, and that is Wubby currently. They are gonna have to be CPR'd a bunch of times. No, I'm not going to relocate that because it looks like they pick up 400 at a time. So they just picked up all that copper that they can get. And hopefully they start digging into this a little bit more. Well, we just woke up and then immediately became incapacitated again. Luckily, they're building us over, or digging us over to copper. I could also tell them to go this way. To get all of this copper. We'll need ladders in some spots. Like... really those two spots there. We do have a lot of copper, so we should still be making our way out of here. I'll take the deuce seat, I guess. We're almost out of brine and salt water to pump into this. They're about to dig into more copper. I wonder if this is the geyser that we don't know yet. It is carbon dioxide. I don't think we knew about a carbon dioxide vent. So if I look at star map, is that the last one? No, we did know about a carbon dioxide geyser. So that makes liquid carbon dioxide. We could feed that to slicksters, which will make oil and then convert the oil into petroleum to burn. That is one option of power we have, but we're going to go through the ethanol first. It looks like that there's a line here where the ethanol is a darker color than the line above it. It keeps making me think that there's ethanol and water mixed in here. I don't know if you guys can see it from far away. When I get closer, I can't tell. From out here, I see two different colors here. Except for when it gets really bright, then it kind of mixes together. But anyway. We're almost on a full bin here, so we should be good for a little while. We do have 3 generators running right now. So we should be holding on to hydrogen for a longer period of time. And I forgot that hydrogen will release into the air. I'm thinking of getting rid of this hydrogen generator as well. So I think what I'll do is cut there. And then just get rid of everything that's up here. It'll also give us a few things that we can use somewhere else, like the iron ore. Oh, I just realized we don't have an iron volcano on here, do we? We do not. So all that iron that I was feeding into these metal power banks are going to end up taking the iron that we need. So I'm going to turn that off of iron and tell them not to put iron in here. We do have some iron and copper in here. They are still slowly digging out more copper. So I'm not too worried about power now. Looks like they're doing better. I mean, we don't have extra power banks yet. We are supposed to have 2 in that bin. Generators are now running non-stop, and the hydrogen is backing up now. Yeah, we're just barely able to charge the 3rd transformer to keep the water station flowing. Or water production flowing, I mean. That is actually pretty good, because we don't need that much anymore. Now, if they build those 2 ladders, they can get the copper that's right there, actually. They only need 1 ladder. I thought they needed more. And they'll be able to grab everything up here. So I'm going to keep them to dig up all the copper that's in this area. And we need to put some ladders down here. So from right here, they can grab that. Over here, they can grab those 2. So we need a ladder at least here and really just right there. But we'll go up 1, and that should allow them to grab everything. If we tell them to dig that out, they'll release the oxygen that's in here, giving us an even bigger carbon sink. Although they are going to drop a lot of copper, so let's move this first. We can do the same up here to bring the oxygen up faster. And that'll slowly let this fall down so all this chlorine gas can get out of the base. Oh yeah, what are we building this out of? Aluminum, now that we ran out of iron ore for that. Okay. So now they're going to go around and do their different tasks that are all tier 5 or whatever. Priority 5, I mean. Deconstruct all that. We're going to shrink the hospital down. How big does the hospital have to be before I shrink it all the way? Minimum of 12, which is, I think... Yeah. Okay. So we can go like this. We can move that down here. And all we need for the massage clinic is at least one decor building. So if we grab flower pots, and go like this, we're gonna need to bring power down to it. So for right now, we'll go through the door. Power is on the left side of the building. So we'll go like that. Grab these, put them right there, and then that should turn into massage clinic, which gives us a bonus of faster healing. And here we got some fried mushrooms. How much of this are we gonna make? I think 2 more things of it. I'm pretty sure each gear bomb takes 80 kilograms. This, we have a lot of salt. The salt is 100 kilograms each. So once I've done this, we should be going down back to 200 kilograms now. Yep. They thankfully started working on the massage clinic first, before any of this stuff, so I can move this stuff away. I actually did want them to do that first. Once they get one building connected in, we can tell them to deconstruct that. Let's also tell them to only deconstruct buildings. I wanted them to deconstruct the wires, at least from right here. We'll get rid of all those wires as well. So this isn't a massage clinic yet, but once they add in at least one flower pot and we put a flower in it, it will be a massage clinic. I started building down there. I want you to focus on one flower pot. And if they could take one Murph seed and put it in there, that would be great. So this should be a massage clinic. It is. So it's a morale bonus and also a speed bonus on how fast they get rid of their stress. So now we should be just waiting on them doing this. You can also tell them to deconstruct those three. Let's turn this onto a 6 so that they can prioritize filling that with water or brine. Their bars are also almost all synced up again. I'm gonna take a quick second to look for the kitten who is currently disappeared. Nugget. Want some treats? Right. Alright. Nugget was hiding underneath my bed. I guess because it's a little bit colder than it is out here in the rest of the room. Give him a little bit of treats, should be fine. I'm actually going to turn on at least one air conditioner. How hot is it outside? Yeah, I probably only need one. Alright, while they were doing that, it doesn't look like they did much of anything. They did some of the power over here. I'll actually cancel that being upgraded. This is going to stay on ethanol. This one's going to be an auto bottle enabled. And we're going to start building this in to make the liquid come up a little bit more. Next thing we need is to get a power line from here down into here, because I want this to run constantly to power that, and then this can power the liquid pump down here. So let's grab off of our main base. And go like that. They can't delete any ethanol in here because it's building tiles vertically. They can only delete things when it's a diagonal build. Could alternatively put this in a infinite storage. But they do the automation already. They did. So the moment this gets turned on, it should take this place of one of the hydrogen generators. I'm pretty sure they both do 800 watts. Dotterly has a very horrible construction. I'm gonna guess the kitten went underneath my bed again. That's fine. I just wanted to know where they were. Oh, they turned us into petroleum because of how little there is. So that's how we got the sour gas before. Can I tell them to relocate this onto that power line? It doubtedly has been building for like a cycle and a half just to get that generator done. I just want them to move this. They'll keep it out of the petroleum. It may overheat this one wire behind it. It's actually not transferring very much because it's in a vacuum. But that should mean that they take the cobalt from there rather than going further away. It will heat up the water slowly. But again, this should be fine. I do think I needed to prioritize that one wire. So now these are connected. This is not connected to our main power spine yet, but once this battery fills in, it won't overproduce more. I should probably get that built. I'm not sure. Yeah, I had a feeling it was going to do that. I wasn't sure exactly where it was going to produce the polluted water. Alright. Next is to get a pipe from here all the way up and into this. It looks like I could probably pull off a bridge going onto there and just have this going straight down. Oh, this goes further straight down. Okay. I just want to hear a noise in my room, but guess not. There may be a few tiles like right here that they can't build. And this is all bridged onto the bathroom, so the bathroom's going to be prioritized. So, first seeds, that is what we're using here. No, we're doing mirth leaf. Okay, never mind. I'm also going to build a tile right there for, just for looks. Tell them to dig that sand so they can get rid of it. There's a tiny bit of polluted water right there. Oh, that's right, they're gonna build that. Never mind. That should help the gases expand better. Still have the ability to add more tiles here to make this move in more. Copper's still doing okay. I am checking on that every now and then to make sure we still have stuff to make with. I think we need to get this petroleum generator connected in by power. We're only going to put on a 6, so anything food and self-sustaining wise can still be done first. But compared to just regular building or picking up something that I told them to sweep, they're going to do the power line first. And it's just aluminum ore. It's not like it's something special. Now that this is built, I should be able to see just how much power it creates. 2 kilowatts. That's 2,000 watts, right? So that's the equivalent of almost 3 hydrogen generators. We should be making enough power with just 2 of these to power our entire colony. With minor draws. So I think what I'm going to do is keep the hydrogen generators lower than the petroleum. So we'll do 60-30. So these will turn off when it gets to 60%, turn on when it's at 30% or lower. And now I just have to debate on whether or not to add in another petroleum generator. I put in the automation so that it'll be easier to build later on. They're about to do the last 4 power lines. There we go. This is now connected into our power network. So if I'm correct, that should be filling up this. That's powering the battery, which is charging for the majority of the time. Now that is filling in. Once that gets to 4,000 joules, we'll start getting this started, which will charge the power banks. So now if I cut off one of these generators, which it looks like I have to cut it off like this. That should never turn off unless the battery's filled. This, on the other hand, we need at least one more. Four hydrogen generators is a little bit more than one of these. It's about 0.5 times more. Okay. And we shouldn't end up making too much polluted water with this. Should be a small amount. Like, we're only at 36 kilograms down here. That's not too much in the scheme of the entire thing here. With this second generator, we should be charging batteries, though. And now that we're down to just one generator, this is going to run out before this comes back. But once it comes back, we're never going to run out of hydrogen again for that one generator, according to what the website math says. We finally got up one tile. So I'm going to let that figure out where the height is going to end up being. And then we'll probably go one more tile. It looks like they did the automation for that generator already. And we need ladders. At least there. We'll put ladders here just so they can get up there. This is the more important ladder. And I actually counted out the exact tiles I'd need to make this 3 generators wide. I didn't mean to do that. That's pretty cool that I ended up doing that. Alright, this looks like it's hanging around 310 kilograms. This should bring it up to about 600. Probably more than 600, but close to that. Now, something I wanted in here was this system right next door to the thing. This is for the microchips, that can be placed anywhere, but this is the gear bomb. I wanted that right next to the gunk extracting place. So we might destroy the top of this. Just to have everything in one spot so we can remove it from here. Not sure yet. Chip has the construction blueprint, but they don't seem any faster than Dotterly was. We should start to see once this gets constructed that our hydrogen generator turns off. Oh, I forgot the water pipe. That's not ready yet. I'd say chilly surroundings. It is relatively cold. I forgot that ethanol is very cold. So that shouldn't bring us too close to overtopping. And that gave us an extra 400 kilograms. So if I'm calculating this right... Oh, by the way, we got full battery. We should be able to do 2 more tiles of compression. So now we should be charging the eco power banks non-stop until we run out of ethanol. So we have this amount of time to get the steam room down here working. And we should not be making more metal power banks anymore, because we have a bin with at least 1 eco power bank. The rest are going to be thrown on the floor, which actually I could tell them to be put here instead, and just have this as a higher priority. and it looks like they... Oh, okay. For a second I thought it looked like they had it in here, but it turns out someone picked it up and took it. Why is this not being filled in? I can see the power bank right there. Oh, are they using it immediately? Okay. Supposedly this should power our amounts of dupes. You know what? Just to make sure. Let me see if I can figure out the conversion of this. That didn't answer the question. According to Reddit, one charger could, in a perfect world, sustain exactly 2 bionics. But even when instantly supplied with auto sweepers, there's a couple of seconds every cycle of downtime. So you need one more. Basically, take your number of bionics and build plus 1 chargers rounding up. Okay, well they have a conversion thing here, so it's algebraic. N plus 1 in parentheses divided by 2. N being how many bionic dupes we have. So we have 6 plus 1 divided by 2. 3.5. So we need like a half of another battery charger. We'll be fine. I could make that room a little bit bigger by moving the crafting thing out of there, or just removing the battery to somewhere else. We're probably going to end up doing that anyway, because I don't really like this power setup here. So I think we'll end up changing that. Let's see if it's only oxygen in all of these. Looks like it is. So I want to put this right here, this right here, empty that. That should mean that these combine. I'm going to relocate this to down here. And then empty it. That should give us a little bit of hydrogen for us to get this Draco having scales. So long as it doesn't escape out this way. If it goes up 2 tiles, we're fine. We do have a lot of hydrogen up here, and it's stuck up there. Okay. So they should have a few seconds to, you know, be stuck. Why does this look like it's not tame? It is tame. It's saying it's glum for some reason. Happiness -1, but why? Is there also glum? Do we need that, this stuff? Boost critters' happiness. We could incorporate them into all of our ranches. It wouldn't be too difficult. You know what? I've never put these in a ranch. Let's do it. I'll wait until they finish these 2 researches before I do the radiation one, because I don't know how we're going to have this room down here yet. We should probably start planning out where this room is going to end up being. So if we go 5 tiles from here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the next floor. Which is going to be within the base. So I need to go like that. That means Atmos suits go where the science room is. The hospital and the massage clinic can actually stay there. We can move just the research area down below. And we'll have the Atmos suits here. We can have the massage clinic with this ladder run go into this. So we don't have to actually have the suits be available to it. Which means this whole system's going to have to move down a little bit, but we can have the water lock close by. We do need to get more oil though. Otherwise this is going to keep turning into petroleum and ending up getting overcooked. Now if we stop right here, I think this is a good enough spot to start digging horizontally. So I want to stay one tile away from the highest point of heat. So I want to dig this area. And that way. Apparently there is a geyser here. It's going to be a minor volcano. We just can't discover it yet because it's too close to the fog, I guess? Or it's a bit of neutronium for no reason. But there is obsidian and igneous rock there, so I think they're a minor volcano. This also allows us to get the cobalt ore if we want to use it. There's another thing. Is it really just random neutronium for no reason? What? I don't know, chat. I'm gonna keep the digging over, though. And I think while they're doing this, we're gonna take a quick restroom break. So first, let's do our first prediction. In the top left corner, this little blue button. Is this going to give us a pair of tops, bottoms, buildings, decorations, or wallpaper? You guys have 10 minutes to decide starting now. And I will be right back by the time that we're done with the ads, hopefully. Just a quick restroom break, not too long. And we're back. Looks like I didn't do too bad on time. A couple minutes late after the ad was done. Doesn't look like they did too much extra digging. They are almost done digging all the way to the left. They are farther away from digging all the way on the right. There's a cool saltwater geyser there. Is that something we didn't know about? No, I still don't know what this last geyser is. And you know what? I'm actually going to set all of this to a 4. It does say 5. So we can see it now. That's going to be a minor volcano. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to do this one. Yeah, minor volcano. I'm gonna put that on a 0, this on a 0. Does that count as the last one? No, because it's right there. I don't know what this volcano is gonna be. But we're gonna keep digging. Over time we may figure it out. What is this? Oh, refined iron, look at that. Alright, we might incorporate the minor volcanoes within the steam room. Looks like this area is getting pretty high, but we're also almost to the end. Anyway, all of that is telling me Mega Franz Spore. All that's telling me is that I need to start moving all this stuff around so that I can get my water lock in. And that also includes us to have an Atmos suit on, so we can send Willow through here. So, first step, I guess, would be to move the research facility down here. So let's get digging all of this out as far as I can reach, deconstruct that. We're going to also deconstruct this because we need to move this down to here. In this setup, we need 3 more tiles, so we'd have to deconstruct... Is there anything in that wall? No. We'd have to deconstruct this amount, including a little bit more. Let's deconstruct all of that and make this a closed-in room. Might as well deconstruct this as well, because it's going to look like an eyesore. And if I can, I'll place... Oh, that's not what I wanted. If I can, I'd like to place this back tile. It's just drywall. It may look different because that's drywall, this isn't drywall. If I put one ladder there, they should be able to build those drywalls. This allows me to build one more of those. This gets built in there. Snip those off. Bridge over. We're getting closer to having this ready. So this is going to become our next room. It's that there. This here. This here, here. This goes there. This goes here. All of this power gets deconstructed because that's not where it's going to connect in anymore. Ooh. No, we're still gonna be we're gonna have the ladder going down, never mind. For a second I thought I did this incorrectly. Well, we kind of did. What we're gonna do is we're gonna turn this into a single liquid lock. petroleum right there. Oil right here. This isn't connected by power, so we need to continue connecting this in. Otherwise, this is going to end up being filled in with polluted water. This isn't going to be how it's connected. We're going to have this blocked off. Now, is this the same look? It is not. Okay. But at least it's filled in. So it looks like it's part of the room. We'll deconstruct this. We'll move the bottle thing over. What are you doing, Nugget? Come on. You know, if I follow this all the way up, is there a way that I could add a battery? There is a way I could add a battery very easily. Just like that. Get rid of this. This does mean that I would need to move this over to, which is going to take out that storage bin. Unless I move the storage bins inwards more. We're going to reorganize this. It is going to mess with our automation, but we'll figure it out. Might make things neater in the long run. I think we're ready for more tiles again. We might be ready for 2 columns of tiles, but I'll wait. They're doing pretty good on building all this. We also need the automation. Digging down here stopped as I wanted it to. We are going to need glass, so we're going to have to figure out a way to get glass. I could switch the research to the glass production thing. We didn't get rid of the science building, so we can still have them going. Can also get rid of this entire area, since we're going to be using the one down here more. This goes down, this goes a little right, I almost said left. These need to be connected in by power. What we're going to do temporarily is connect in this way until we can make it look better. We will eventually have the power line go straight down here. Time to move this over to here, which requires us to change some pipes. Once this is built and usable, we can move this stuff over into there. Microchips can be put somewhere else. this goes here. This needs to be able to reach that. So we need to move it over 2. We're doing a lot of minor changes all at once, and I forgot that the petroleum generator creates a ton of carbon dioxide. That would be why I usually put this in its own little bubble. Don't want any of those. They are building the battery up here, so that's going to fill in. And this is actually out of eco power banks. Wow. Can I have someone deconstruct that so I can place it in the next one? So this should mean that I can move this over 2 tiles, because the tile that it places in stuff is the left side. So if I add power to right here, ooh, this is going to be awkward power connection. It's going to look funky. It'll make sense later on, so that they can reach this bin. Did they need to reach this bin? Yeah, that's where the 1 goes in, so they stop making this. Alright, things will make sense. The automation is in, so I can turn this on for forever. And then this is ready for radiation when they're ready for it, which they are ready for it. Why is there water here? Oh, it's vacuuming out steam. We want that. How did this get hot enough to make steam? And how did this get too hot? So this should be now constantly making steam because it's going onto the hot water. I think the steam's going down over time. And that probably made steam over here until this cooled down. Okay. Regardless of what's happening, we now have different issues. This still has steam. It does still have steam, but not a lot. And this is making power for something. It doesn't really matter. It's renewable power. But we need to start building tiles in a way where water is going to go this way. So let's do those 2 tiles so we can deconstruct this. We're going to have to deconstruct this tile. We should keep a vacuum here, which is not going to combine over to this. It looks like we're doing decent time on the radiation science. Hydrogen is definitely backing up over here. Wait, we don't want glass. We want diamond tiles for the windows down here. We're gonna have to send diamond from the other asteroid, which we'll be able to get because we'll actually have an atmosuit. Okay, they have some stuff over here built correctly. We could move both of these over and then replace these. If I do that, how do I want the automation to run? This is going to be here. So I think we just want to do that. We are going to reverse these these automation lines in a way. But if I do that now, we'll be able to figure out where everything's going to go. Now connect the power like that to the smart bin over here. This is close to breaking. So when that auto sweeper goes, it is going to break the line occasionally. Do we have a bridge? We do have at least one bridge on the line. So if anything goes to break, it's going to be the bridge. We're getting stuff ready over here that things should be automated. Carbon dioxide is slowly becoming a problem. I would like everyone to do the construction of things, please. Okay, this needs to be not auto-repaired. Because we're going to end up wasting steel that we have. So that should be getting the polluted water sucked up out of here. You can deconstruct that power line. And now we slowly start pushing this over. What are you coming in here for? I guess we could honestly get rid of the top of the liquid lock here. Don't think we actually need that anymore. Yeah, we'll put it back in. You have curated tablets. We're not making them, so I might as well grab them when I can. Now let's do a little bit more prioritized building. Good duties, it is. Let's get the oil moved out. And I'll deconstruct all of this. I could also put some batteries on here, or at least one battery, so that this can actually charge something. It is slowly heating up this water. That is something we should be worried about. This is saying it's empty and doesn't have any. Let's deconstruct this. That allows us to put these in before we deconstruct it all. Has powered, has the automation. They are going to get flipped. Somebody is getting scolded. Why are you still getting scolded? Because that is running. Okay. Well, then let's back it up. And then that should cool down. Alright, so right now they're not switched over. That's the whole reason why things are not doing the correct thing. I deconstruct all of that. And this. That goes there, this goes here. This Atmos sweeper should be able to reach that and put power banks in there. And this is full of eco power banks as well. We have the first science done. There's apparently another building in here. Bunker doors, okay. So now all they're going to do is fill this up with radiation. And we're slowly feeding this more water to turn into steam. Yeah, that should be all the remaining stuff to deconstruct. Put both doors there, which means that I can stop this from being able to go to the right. If we put a door right there, this will turn into a laboratory. Because right now this is the entire area. I also want this up one. I'll leave that there just in case. We are ready to connect this in the way it's going to be connected in, so let's do that and this. And then I think we're out of uranium. We are not, but we're getting close, I think. Empty banks. No full banks, so that should be saying this can be run. Which is correct. So that should be the correct amount that we need. And we should probably also set this to being 90%. Which everyone is hurt, actually. That's not good. And this should not be full. Why is this not prioritized over that? We need to change up how we're doing our liquids here. First, let's empty that so that the toilet can get emptied and Willow can use the toilet. And now get rid of this stuff. So I originally had the bottle emptier going first and the bathroom being prioritized onto that. But we actually want the bathroom being emptied first. Let's disconnect there for right now so we can empty this bottle. Bathroom will go down this way. No, we'll go down here. Because I'm gonna need a couple of bridges. First bridge goes there, which means things are gonna look weird. Let's not go there. Put the bridge here. This, just for looks, is going to come across here to make things look neater. This is going to get deconstructed. And then this is going to go up and into that. Let's get all of that constructed. Polluted water came in here because somebody destroyed a pipe that I didn't mean to get them to destroy. Is that going to put polluted water down here? No, but the steam went off. So now there's water all over the place. Alright. Check the pipes. Everything should be working correctly. The bathroom is prioritized over the bottle emptier. And then this goes this way, and then it's going to be bridged onto the bottle emptier. Alright, we're getting closer. Apparently I drib a little ethanol. We are running through the power very quickly though. I'll take the snack fruit. I'm guessing that's a non-perishable food from the prehistoric DLC. But now we have the ability to put in Atmos suits to get out of here. This is ready to be deconstructed, along with the pipes here. And then we get to move this over and this over. This down here, along with this. And then our Atmos suit docks, which are in stations. We have 7 dupes, so I'm going to keep that 7 dock thing going on. And it's time to completely block this off. In a little bit, that will stop things from getting hurt. Sanyar keeps getting healed slightly and then gets thrown off. How much steel is still out, or steam? Multiple people are incapacitated now. Dodderly and Sonya. Oh, are they both in the same? No, they're not both in the same spot. There's Dodderly. So now if they could stop doing that. Okay, we're gonna have to go back a cycle. Or to the beginning of the cycle, I mean. We're gonna put that tile in a lot quicker now that we know it's about to go crazy. Can I zoom in? Okay, now I can't even place buildings. Get this built, please. It's still going to release heat through this, but it'll at least not break the whole thing we have going on here. This time I'm gonna move the bin on the outside. Stations. Why was it switched to aluminum? Oh, because I cut that off. That's a problem I didn't think about beforehand. Alright, we will have them build all this. And then we'll figure out what we're gonna do. We at the very least... Oh, did they not finish all the... Okay, they are able to do that. I thought for a second that I didn't have this queued up before the cycle started. This is set to 90, right? Yep. Copy this to here, deconstruct that, copy this to here, deconstruct that. They're probably not going to build anything else out of the power lines because they don't have the cobalt. Yeah, I have a... Actually, they can make all the cobalt lines because I have an extra 131 kilograms. So that's not including everything that's in here. All right. So I guess what we're gonna have to do, just so that we can get enough oil, is first remember where our dropper is. This is the dropper. We're gonna have to put a liquid storage over here for that. Liquid reservoir. Stick that. Actually, let's not put it there. Let's deconstruct this. Then we'll go like this. I got this working again, so that should be up and running correctly. Prioritizing everything the correct way. Who's the next to go on here? Let's look at vitals. The next most healed is Willow. We'll get Willow fully healed before we send them out. I want the storage bin right here with all the Atmo suits. Let's get them to prioritize construction. Let's get them to do all that. Including this liquid reservoir. We are starting to get our Drecos up. We're gonna have to think about gas transferring in here. It's about to be defrag time. Now we also only have 3 extra batteries. I think I want them to make a 4th one, but that requires the soldering station. So I think what I'm going to do is the soldering station down here. So that we can make 2 more batteries so that there's 4 in, well, 1 in each charger and an extra one so that they don't keep making these metal banks. Should make sense in the future. Nobody is assigned to this, so who's the next most hurt? Or next least hurt is Wubby. Sanyar is not hurt at all, so we could get them back on research. We'll get Wubby in here. Our next big thing is making a way. We're gonna need another floor here at this height, 1 above the battery. That's gonna be our entrance into the sauna. We're gonna need to make another room for the petroleum generators so that we're not constantly putting carbon dioxide into the base. Then we're gonna have to vacuum out the carbon dioxide enough for us to not have it in the base. Put that into an infinite gas storage. We're almost done making the liquid reservoir, so this is just set up and ready for when we start putting oil into this area. Let's get the remaining stuff over here done. For some of this, once we get this power in, we can deconstruct more and get a little bit more aluminum out of it. Rock crusher is ready, so this is for there. This goes here. Both of those get deconstructed. All of that gets deconstructed. This is Atmos suit. Both kinds, please. And power is about to be connected in the new good way. That can be deconstructed. this can be deconstructed. I want to make 2 eco power banks, and that's it. It looks like nobody's in here anymore, so let's see who's the next closest to being healed. Actually, we have a tie between Eduardo and Stila. So we'll just go with the bottom one being Stila. Actually, I think it's in alphabetical there. Either way. Water wheat seed. I don't know how big this building is for the critters. Luckily over here I can just move things over a little bit. What's going on here? Body temperature is an issue over here. Apparently the heat is seeping through the natural or the insulated tiles. This is also warmed up enough. So we might need to get a cooling loop over there, which will probably be part of the base's cooling loop. This very quickly converts rad bolts. I would like somebody to do this soon. We should have 8. So I think this is going to go up to 1,600 kilograms. Yep. Each Atmos suit is 200 kilograms. Apparently it has oxygen inside as well. That must be from the Atmos suits. I didn't know it was going to empty the oxygen from it. Actually, it doesn't look like it is. So we could take a full Atmos suit. So that doesn't have any oxygen in it. The rest look like they all do. Okay. Let's get Willow in this one. Then we're going to send Willow in here. I'm going to put some sweep commands, because this is how things are going to be staying for the remainder of our gameplay. Actually don't need to sweep any of that. We do want to sweep all of this. Willow's ready to be sent. This Atmos suit is only to keep Willow from getting hurt while in the oil biome. So now what we want to do is bottle drainer. Place it there. And we'll just go like this. We're going to one diamond we haven't seen yet. Whoa. There is a little bit of diamond right here. I'm going to tell Willow to dig that out. Can Willow dig diamond? That's the next question. Willow! Yes, you can. You are a digger and builder, and that's it. I'm going to keep her in the suit. It does mean that she will have to run out of here to get air, but that's fine. We do need some amount of air out here, though. How are we going to do that? Because we are running low on breathability. We do have some more oxygen over here we can dig into. I think we will do that just so we have the air. We have the research done. I'm going to tell Willow to dig all of that. I heard a bad noise. I don't see a bad thing, though. Let's get the next person in here. I think it was Eduardo is the next closest to being healed completely. Yep. Eduardo's gonna go there. They'll finish putting radiation into that building, and then that's done. They seem fine. They're getting scolding from this, but other than that, they're fine. We could disconnect that and put in that, and that should stop from the heating of the base. Willow is getting the oil in a better to reach area. We now have diamond I can send through here. This is for crude oil. We do have a little bit of ethanol here that we could send over. We might as well, right? Build all that. We're gonna want tiles here and down here. And we probably should not dig those out. Willow, are you not able to reach that? What if we do this? They shouldn't be scolding anymore. Oh, they didn't build this yet. Now I'm trying to figure out how we're gonna get stuff out of here. This is what? That's on a 4, so it's something I don't like. Why are you guys still complaining about scolding? Can you guys do this first? There, that should stop the overheating. It'll dissipate over time. We have Willow still slowly building. And think this might be enough oil if we get this all in one spot. So if I get Willow to dig... I want to get a little bit of diamond as well, so we might as well just dig out this entire spot. That's 4 tiles. Also get her to dig all of that. Once we figure out what she can't reach, I'll start putting in the ladders because I want to minimize how much we have here. Do this, cancel that. So I'm gonna guess you can't dig... stuff without having those ladders. This will let her get those two. This will let her get nothing more, actually. I also forgot we wanted her to get into here as well. So we might as well put ladders all the way up to this. If we were to dig a tunnel through there, that'll let the oxygen out the way we want to breathe it. So we'll do that, and then this. And dig that out to let the air out a little bit easier, or quicker. We are getting low on food. This needs to be a higher priority. We do have some oxalate over here. If I get Willow to dig in here, we can breathe a little bit more. And also get some food. This isn't going to be a hospital when we do that, so let's put a door right here. And that'll remake those into a hospital. We are having issues with breathability, but things should be getting better. This should have 8 units. I don't think it's supposed to be 8 units, but alright. So that should be releasing gases. If I dig that out, it'll release a little bit quicker. Might not need these 2 ladders anymore. And we actually don't need this ladder to get to that iron. We don't need that iron. We'll cancel that for now. It's probably a good thing to send, though. So if I go here and click iron, we'll do both irons. The whole entire base is full of carbon dioxide now. There is no safe spot for them. We're gonna have to make a carbon dioxide storage when we get back. Now this has 700 kilograms of oil in it. I'm gonna do the math on how many tiles we need before we can sweep or mop this up. 3650. We will need 36 tiles of width before we can sweep that up or mop it up. So I think we need all those tiles dug. If I'm wrong, we have extra room. Not a big deal. Looks like digging is on the top of the priority wheel. I'm getting ready to mop this up. This might be all the iron or oil we need. Let's see if Willow can mop this up before it gets too much. Oh, she can! Look at that! We are slowly getting closer and closer to having this completely moppable. There we go. Alright. I have a feeling that this is going to be too important for us to ignore very much longer. We do have some space for us to move the ethanol over, so we are running low on ethanol. Where could I put infinite gas storage for the moment? We also need pedestals, because it looks like I keep deleting them and then needing them again. And we need to make sure that this stays emptied. Who is set up to be there and why are they not in the bed? It's Chip. Chip just walked over, okay. Apparently only 3 people were damaged still. And we're in defrag time. How's Willow doing? Willow's doing fine for being by herself. Food is getting a little scarce, so we might need to hurry up on this. Hopefully when we get in here, we do a little bit of, although this is going to release a lot of heat, because the abyssalate's broken right here. So if we actually cancel all of that and dig in through this area, we'd have an easier time getting in there. And I do want to get all that diamond. Although I had all this queued up so we can get rid of the oxygen. Requeue that then. Will, you're doing good. We still have kilograms sitting here, but we're getting through it. And I think I might want these raised. And also maybe dig out some of these tiles to make the gases expand quicker. Well, it's finally getting to the point where it's not expanding into that tile anymore. So this should be getting mopped up a lot quicker. Looks like once it gets below 5 kilograms, it doesn't stop, it doesn't continue spreading. Probably wrong about that. Yeah, we never opened our first prediction, and it's 3 hours in. So, we have 30 points in wallpaper. Let's open this up, see what we get, and then start our second prediction immediately. We got a pair of gloves, and I don't think I've seen these before. Gloom jet gloves. So first one is tops, but don't worry, you have chance to get your points back. But the next prediction isn't going to be tops, bottoms, buildings, sections, or wallpaper. You have 10 minutes to decide starting now. I'll try to open that at the 30-minute point of this hour. So in about 24 minutes, we'll open the second prediction. We'll start the third one, and like usual, we'll open the third one at the end of the stream. Willow has about 6 cycles of food left. Everyone over here is kind of struggling. We have pedestals here. Let's get water on all of them. It's one of the first steps to having a infinite gas storage. We are about to run out of power though, which is unfortunate. We're going to run out of power before we get everything ready. Will is apparently sick. Why are you sick? Food poisoning. Probably because you didn't clean the toilet when you used it. So now this should have 0 germs. There is some polluted dirt with food poisoning germs on it. She's getting closer to having this all done. How are we doing over here? We're getting close to running out of water. It looks like they're doing sweeping before this, so let's turn this up to 6. And up next is actually doing nothing, because this pump should be able to get from 3 tiles, or grab from 3 tiles, I mean. So we're just going to run out of oil. Alright, Willow, what are you doing now? I am confused on what Willow is doing. Okay, grab some food. Staying afloat with food. You know what? I actually don't remember what the conversion between mealwood and a dupe is. One dupe. We're just going to do regular mealwood. Meal lice, sorry. We need 5 mealwood plants in order to survive with one dupe. Now you have stuff that you could have dug without building. It looks like you don't have food poisoning anymore. Does any in here have food poisoning? Maybe the mealwood? Or the meal lice? How are we doing over here? We have the water ready. I don't know where I want to put this. Take the peat. Let's grab this. We should not need something heat resistant for this. Put it right here because we should be able to get power out of this if we need to. Like that. That's where these go. This goes into there. Don't know why cleaning is at such a high demand. Oh, I'm gonna need to change something about this. We need to do that so we can get the water into there. Willow's getting closer. We might not need these ladders now that I'm looking at it. Because you can come around here and dig up this way. Which will do the same effect. Alright. Over here, we want to take this and filter it for ethanol. So what I'm going to do is grab liquid filter. You can find it for a second. Put that right there. Go like this, like this. This is going to go out here to right there. That's gonna need a little bit of power. So go like that. Once Willow finishes this, we should be just putting things into the other asteroid. Although it seems like she's very stressed. I don't have a massage table here. Can I quickly put one over here on the left side? Or the right side? Right there. It'll stop Willow from breaking things. Since she has a deconstructive dude. I want to take this down to 90. Are you actually going to be able to break that? Now what are you going to do? Why would you go over there? Oh, you de-stressed yourself by breaking something, or trying to break something. Gotcha, that makes sense. I'm gonna make a way to get all the way down there, but I want this prioritized over that. And we're also going to want to dig this out so that we can get back up there, because I want to get all that diamond. Alright, priority construction. Let's get that built, please. Or build a tile, okay. I'm gonna go like this. We're going to remove all three of these, and then I'm going to have to make sure that they don't do something stupid with them. That there, this here, this here. We're going to want two of those. Empty the water. It should give us 150 or 1500. I mean, there we go. Close that. I want this to go into a filter. And then go into here, so we only put in carbon dioxide, which means that I have to get rid of that ladder. How is Willow doing over here? Willow's doing okay. Moving fossil, she's moving diamond. If I tell her to get into here, we can go get that muck root. Alright. Gas filter. Vent. Power. This will slowly get that completely emptied out. And then we start working on this area. Both of these are going to go into two different bottle emptiers or bottle fillers. Just gonna go like that and like this. This is going to require tiles. Apparently I didn't connect the power all the way down. Rookie mistake. How are we over here? Should probably get this different. We're going to start doing the tile trick to get all this water moved over, and then we're going to turn this right side into a farm. In these 5 tiles, and that's going to be for the mealwood. Okay, they finished all of that, so this should be going down over time. We don't have a printing pod over here. She's gone into build mode. Or I guess that was deconstruct mode. I think I might want more batteries on this. You're not starving, you just didn't get to your food. Alright, let's open our second prediction and then immediately start the third one. We have 30 points in buildings. Hopefully you win. And it is a pair of bottoms. Luckily it wasn't a piece of drywall. So that is the second prediction. Here is the third one being started. What's the next one going to be? Tops, bottoms, buildings, decorations, or wallpaper? You have 30 minutes. 10 minutes to decide. So we have about 30 minutes left of the stream before we find out. And I'm hoping if I put more batteries, this will last a little bit longer before it runs out. Alright, this is no longer needed to be number 5. We are able to make more power than this requires with just one wheel, but we're not holding enough power. I could also do a little bit of automation doing a coal generator in this. I don't think we need that though. I did inspect everything, right? Yeah, I inspected everything. Let's take this to 90, 85. I don't think I hit enter on that. Oh, it did. Okay. When we get to 90% stress, we'll go down to 85%. Don't know what you're doing. Apparently that was water. Oh, from this. Okay, that makes sense. We apparently need to re-queue up all the plants. Can I just unequip your suit and have you not get hurt in this area? I think they only get hurt when it's 75 degrees, so some of this might be reasonable. How are we doing over here? No idea how the gas is doing yet. But we do have majority of this set up already. Then we're just separating the ethanol from the crude oil and making sure that there's a buffer. This is drastically low, so we're gonna run out. Hey Willow, can you build things? Are you gonna pick up more items? Oh, you're getting the muck root. Okay, that's fine. You could probably dig that and get that muck root as well. Nope, stress. I might just let her crash out and deal with the consequences. We are close to the core. Is this ethanol or is that water? It's a tiny amount of ethanol, that's fine. Now she's putting the next batteries in. She might run on the wheel before fixing the rest. Or building the rest, I mean. I'm gonna disable the building until she's done building all the batteries. Alright, now she can run on that to get these all charged up. Might take her a cycle to get them all charged up. But then again, nothing else is on the battery, so it shouldn't really be lowering. We're already a fourth of the 2.5%. No, we're a quarter of the way there. We're about to be halfway charged. How are the others doing? Because we need to set this up to filter out ethanol. And then that should be running right now. Oh, it just completely emptied the entire thing. Then where did all the oil go? Okay, all the oil's in there. I'd like this to get switched. Is this supposed to be the oil container, not the ethanol container? So there should be oil right there. There is. We're going to relocate that onto the other oil. That'll go right there. Back to Willow. Fully charged batteries. As far as I know, she should be going around just building things. We are getting close to needing the food set up, so I think I'm going to set them up anyway. Wood 7 plant copy settings to all those. We now need to keep an eye on dirt, not dirt. What are you doing? Digging down there to get that mucker. We can cancel that. Came over here to dig more. That's fine. Bionic power. Yep, it's that time where we don't have enough power for anything. And it's going to be bionic power because they don't have this set up yet. This shouldn't have ethanol. This should. We can go in here, switch this to there. And then we should be getting close to having that ready. I'm actually thinking that we don't have enough oil. Okay, now Willow should... Yep, start doing the solid switches. Or she's still doing building. Picking up the oil, that's fine. Oh, I didn't click the bottom one first. We don't want to flood the mealwood, that's what I'm trying to avoid. I think that might be the last one that I put in. No, I could probably do the last two. Oh, apparently not. Willow, we made a mess. And now there's a bunch of water down here too. How much water is right here? Jeez. Alright, I want to put the crude oil thing at a higher priority. Don't know where that mucker came from. Oh, must have been from the oxalate. So now Willow grabs 200 grams of oil and then starts mopping again. I tell her to dig that, she might have an easier way of getting through this. How much oil is right here? $2,800, 2,083.8 kilograms. It's probably not a lot in this amount of a liquid lock. How is this doing? That's all oil, that's just filled with oil. Willow's getting about 2 tiles and then has to stop mopping. Apparently all of these are very little amounts, and then this is where the majority of the oil is. Not sure why this was broken. Maybe overpressurizing? It does seem oddly pressurized. So maybe when we dig down here, we'll be able to get all of that. I could end up using a pump. What we probably should do is plan out how we're going to get into here. This is going to have to be the roof of this right here. So we're gonna want to switch this out with ladders. Right there, at least. So this is the top. We're gonna want this opened. Let's put in the airflow tiles for our base here, because we are struggling on getting this carbon dioxide out. And then down here, I guess we'll copy the same thing there. That can be an airflow tile. And then right there could be an airflow tile. And I think we've gone to a loop where things are just not going far enough away from our vacuum. We'll assume our food stuff. So now Willow has a sustainable food source here. And I think this is the last of the oil. I think she can pick up all of it. Or she picks up what's close to her when she stops walking. I want to get all the oil first. She is almost done picking up all the solid debris, though. She should be going for the oil next. Dang it. She dropped it. Bionic power is another issue. Bionic power is always an issue when they're defragging. That doesn't seem to ever change. So I'm going to ignore that. Carbon dioxide in here is 924 kilograms thick. We're down to 4. This carbon dioxide should be getting pushed down over time. Might as well empty that bottle so it can join the rest. Once we get all of these airflow tiles in, we should be flowing better. It says she's 100% stressed, but she's also not crashing out. It might be time to put in a bigger storage bin here. Means I have to find a way to put a bottle emptier in here. I think I'll do that by going here. Nope, bottle emptiers are 3 tiles tall. So there's no point in doing this then. Well, this should be about to be kicked off. There we go. I'm trying to get the ethanol to go back up in height. Probably do one more, and then that'll probably be all the tiles we can place in here. We could open the cryo tank and send Willow back, because that one dupe does have the ability of doing all this. And they have everything they should need room-wise. The hospital is now up here. That should be all the tiles we can place. If we do another one, it's going to go overboard. So I'll wait it out a little bit. We are now just emptying the ethanol. So you know what? Are you unable to swim? Is that what's going on? Yep. Unable to swim. There we go. This will be quicker. We're just waiting for that last pipe. And I think we're ready to put one tile there. So that should very quickly empty this out, and consistently. I think we're able to put that in. Especially by the time that Willow gets back, it should be dropped almost a full tile down. And then we could start working on putting a tile in here that will allow us to get down all the way. So if we put a single tile right there, actually let's not put that type of tile. Let's just do a ladder. Why am I doing tiles? Then it doesn't matter how much ethanol's in here. But this should be fueling foam a little bit quicker. Means that this is filling up. Oil is practically full. They're getting this done a little bit more. I'm gonna tell them to dig this out, but I know they can't grab everything. I'm gonna put one of these. I don't know if iron for it, or steel, I mean. We're gonna have to fight our way into here to deconstruct these two things there. This is probably going to release a bunch of steam into the atmosphere. But we need the steel. So before anything happens, I want this on a 9. And I want steel in here. I have 100. What? There was that much steel right there? Okay. That only confused me a little bit. Let's cancel this then. Let's rebuild that. And then this tells us where we need to put our liquid lava. This is all going to be reorganized in a better way. Do I have this on deconstruct all? I do. Alright, let's do that, this. Get rid of those pipes. Willow can probably come home. Nope, we're still getting rid of the ethanol. Oh, there's gonna be a little bit of water that's pumping me. Can I deconstruct those 2 tiles and mop that up? Is it defrag time again? Yep. I guess that's a good way to figure out when it's time for them to defrag. What are you doing, Nugget? Can they pick up all 5 things of meal wood? No, they can't. Alright, if I find a tiny amount of water somewhere, like this, relocate it to here, and then empty it, I should now be able to mop up all that water. And I reconnect this, and no water should go into the ethanol thing. Back over here, we're not doing much of anything right now. This apparently broke because it got way too hot. Oxygen has become an issue. I don't know why this isn't working anymore. Power. When Willow gets back, we're gonna have an issue with Willow. There's apparently so much ethanol that I can't fill it all over here. So we're gonna have to do this. Just to get the little bit remaining ethanol back. We actually have more than 2 bins. They did get all of the airflow tiles in. So we're either slowly equaling out with the oxygen, which looks like that's true. Yeah, we equaled out with the oxygen. So this isn't still expanding, it should be retracting. But Willow's gonna have a horrible time when she comes back. And we just need that to be empty before we send her back. So we're waiting on this liquid reservoir. And it should get every single drop that's here. Alright, Willow, it's time for you to also send this back, because I forgot worn suits can't be put back on. So Willow's gonna come out of the teleporter without a suit on. But they're almost done with the ethanol. There we go, that's the last bit of ethanol going through. Send that over, and then you're ready to come home. Now you get to struggle over here with carbon dioxide. And then this is still filtering through all the ethanol to go through there. And we should be getting this completed. Only we need to deconstruct a couple things to get there. Might as well just deconstruct all of this. It's not going to help us to wait on it. While I'm at it, we want station exosuit forge here. And hopefully that leaves me with 8 tiles next to it. It leaves me with exactly 8 tiles. That is awesome. Dare I say, a perfect amount. So let's do this. Like this. Should be able to build all that. Alright, we are getting to the point where we need to get rid of this regular gas somewhere else. Or... can we let this equalize better? 2000... no, we still gotta vacuum it out. But we are kind of vacuuming a thing that's full. So what if I take this and send it through there? I'm gonna assume we're getting close to defrag time. Yep. But on the plus side, we are getting more breathable gas. And a pip got out. Looks like they dropped an egg right here. They could have just dropped the shell, but I'm going to assume that's an egg since there's a pip out. With us releasing the gas up here, it should make it not go back down. Should probably mop all of that so that it stops off-gassing. If I switch this to being here, we can vacuum this out and have it as a airlock. Rubber gasket, I'll take that. So we can be closer to having 4. We'll have to go all the way up here just to get some breathable air. And if we deconstruct this, all of those gases should go upwards. Can I have this done, please? There's apparently no space for this pip, so I'm gonna have to get it killed. So anything that's not carbon dioxide should go straight up through this and then stay up here and not return back down. We do have a little bit of gas stuck here, but once we dig these tiles out, it should get picked up or go straight up that way. We're working through it. Well, we might get stuck up here. Actually, a bunch of people might get stuck. Why is Dotterly so hurt? Wobby is more hurt, so I'll put him in there. We should be able to put this in now. Dang it! Right as I went to place it, they put a tile, I mean that they couldn't grab the steel from here. I did see Beachstone. Now this is gonna have to go up. I would like you guys to do all of this. Alright, the gases are coming down now. Wobby's thankfully digging out the remaining tiles there. Put Dotterly on the triage cot to get them fixed. And now we can put this back in, made out of steel. This is going to be a water lock. Over here is going to be an oil lock. Like that, and then this is going to have to wiggle itself up and in. Willow's slowly getting breathable air within their living area. I almost forgot to do this. Okay, this is water. This is going to be oil. The rest of the stuff is just to make sure that the temperatures don't escape very well. How are we doing on these? Trash cart is done. Nobody needs to use it. Gas is... expanding, kind of. I think we're slowly getting less breathable air, though. Yeah, the boops are drinking it up, pretty much. Although, hopefully this can go down below 2 kilograms, and then the vents should work again. I could switch one of these out for a max gas pressure one, though. It only requires one gasket. Let's do it right here. Oh, we also have the critter stuff. How big is the critter building? 3 tiles. So we're gonna have to move all of this stuff over 1 tile. Yeah, I can make this look a little better. By doing stuff like this. Okay, doing that, let's grab this. Put that on right there on a 6. I'd like to have this done soon. At least put a little bit of water so it can be a liquid lock. There we go, now they can vacuum this out. I should be able to build this diagonally. And I want to get in here so we can turn this back on and start making steel so that we can make an aqua tuner to cool this. We do have oil, so we can have oil going through this area as well, instead of using the water. This is already almost vacuumed out. We're in micrograms now. So we should be able to start going like this. And deconstructing things diagonally. I think we can deconstruct those? Yes, we can. Look at that. This will allow us to build in and block this off so we can actually get through this. That steam is rapidly cooling. That's carbon dioxide, sorry. This is the steam. This is now vacuumed out, so we can deconstruct this. And get this high prioritized. Yeah, I should get rid of that. One more bottle of water, and then this will be ready for me to take away. We are going to end up getting steam in here, but I'm not worried about the steam. We do want to put 1 tile here. I forgot to tell them to get rid of this. Actually, I didn't forget. I was still waiting on one more. Let's get rid of that and hope that we have enough oil. For that. We should. Now, temporarily, we can tell them to focus on doing all those constructions. We did do that already. We haven't done this yet. Deconstruct that, then we can deconstruct that one. This, I suppose, we can deconstruct now. We are now getting breathable air in this area, so that should be helping. And we have a bunch of bloaters. Oh, how much is in here? This is the last bottle. This is now ready to be broken into, although we need to have suits on. I'm trying to get this. Without having too many issues. Yeah, it's definitely going to give us scolding issues. That's to be expected. I think I'm going to have to deconstruct this and then put an emergency build tile on there. That's definitely gonna have to be what I do. And we're gonna go back and forth from being damaged to not being damaged. But why are you over here? Can I click on the tile? There we go. We shouldn't have anyone else incapacitated. We are going to have people scolding. If I build that insulated tile, we shouldn't have anything bad happen afterwards. It should stop the temperature from escaping. Now, if we can mop all this up, that should help. How long before the steam cools down enough? No, there's a fourth dupe hurt. Someone put Willow on that triage cot. You're right there. Why is Willow up and moving? Why did Willow walk away from this? We're almost ready to get to raid out, but I want to get through this before we get out of here. I don't know why Willow left the triage cot after I told her to go into it. Willow, why are you out of the room? Everyone's incapacitated. I guess we're gonna have to not use regular tiles for this. Okay, here we go. Come on, Steel, you're so close. Now we let the steam calm down. I'm going to very quickly put all these up here. And I wonder if trying to mop up the water will help. You can't copy settings. So unfortunately, I have to type this in each time. You know what? Can Stila come up here instead of being down there? Why are you in the hospital, Wubby? Get out of the hospital. Nobody go on this. It looks like the steam's going away. Why are they immediately... Why is Wubby down there? Wubby should be on the triage cot. There is a tentacruel in chat. Alright, this steam is getting cold. Should be seeing it going away. Does seem like it's trying to go away. Of course, somebody's going to be in the triage cot taking damage. Alright. Willow up here. Nobody use this triage cot. The area might be safe enough for us to go in here and try to do a little bit more here. Apparently it is not. Eduardo, get out of there. Eduardo. Eduardo's stupid. Wubby, I don't know what you're doing, but Eduardo's taking your spot now. Let's get the next dupe to do this. That's going to release this temperature. We actually did not want that. Good job, Chip. Built a lot of that right away. Now if I deconstruct this... Chip, you're a little too hurt. Can you go in the triage cot? Chip? Get out of there. I'm gonna wait a little bit before I put this on yellow alert. That's probably long enough. Chip, what are you doing? The priority is staying on the triage cot. Okay, Steela's doing good. She's not getting hurt. Alright. Well, that mess is done. I just want them to sweep everything up. But this is where we're going to end it for today. We're going to do our blueprint first. We have 30 points in decorations. Let's see what you get. And it is a wallpaper, and it's the cafeteria one. I think we just bought that, didn't we? So, third prediction was wallpaper. Let's take a look at all of our wallpapers before we go. Where would... Oh, I have the rain one now. I bought that in the last stream. We also have the plunger for the bathroom. Can't see most of that. What if we do every other? We'll queue up all this stuff and then we'll raid out. Cafeteria could be in here. I think we'll do the top with the cafeteria print, but we can't. So, we're gonna wait for the autosave, then we're gonna do a hard save. Let's zoom out for a screenshot. It looks like they came down here and dug a little bit. So let's continue that line out a little bit more. Screenshot. We're gonna need to put 2 tiles there for the battery. Everything else is gonna have to wait until after we come back, but I want that queued up to be swept somewhere else. Alright. Hard save. Then we're gonna do save and quit. Go into our raid out scene to see who we are gonna raid out to next. Thanks for watching. If you'd like to catch me live, I stream on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays from 10 AM to 2 PM EST.